Good morning.
Morning, how are you? Good. By yourself today? Oh yeah, I saw Brittany earlier. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Happy days after Thanksgiving. So the joy people felt during Thanksgiving, you need to hold on to that and be kind to each other today. The day is Monday. It's a new day for beginnings. I'm going to call the docket. You need to let me know that you are here. If you don't answer, I'm going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest, which won't make for a remainder of good holiday. Marcos Ortiz. Terry Alloway. Danny Machado. Brenda, I don't know, may not be starting off to be a great day after Thanksgiving. In custody, we have Santos Serrano, Arthur Scarborough, Adrian Arias. Adrian Alvarado is in custody. Douglas Marshall. Quinton Blocker, Eric Johnson, Anthony Pettis, Chase Gordon are in custody. Andres Cardenas, Christopher Gwinnett, Brandon Richardson, Kendra Davis, Elizabeth Gaskin are in custody. Nicholas Cornelius, Jose Del Bosque, Matthew Snow, Andrew Velasquez, Cheyenne Fox, thank you, are in custody. Valentin Ramos, Kenan Brown, and custody is Mike Pettis. Thank you. Julian Reyes. He's
in custody, Judge.
Oh, thank you. Brandon Sierra. Thank you. Virgilio Balsadua. And Brenda, I pronounced that name correctly, and they're not here. Virgilio Balsadua. Latasha Jenkins. Zaire Griffin is in custody. Mimi Maushe.
Judge, I just got a thing on. He's present.
Where is he? Jamaria Simmons.
It's in the hospital.
Okay. Angelica Gonzalez. Nicole Moses. Anthony Delgado, Raymond Ruiz are in custody. Francisco Aguilar. Daniel Derone is in custody. Anthony Sanchez. Mike Christopher Pettis. All right, thank you. Daniel Macias. Orlando Hernandez. Henry Knight. In custody is Mark Lewis. Thank you. Tony Morado. In custody is Frank Sanchez. Gabriel Hinojosa. Gabriel Hinojosa. James Brooks. Dadini Yarborough. Luis Pena. In custody, we have Andres Cardenas. Ricky Coleman. Thank you. Tony Banks. Leo Gonzalez. David Leon is in custody. Richard Ruiz. Richard Ruiz. Jasmine Shaw. Gilbert Pruitt. Gilbert Pruitt. In custody, we have Frederick Condell. Thank you. Margaret Powell. Margaret Powell. Robert Medford. Rogelio Cano. Juan Del Torre. All right, anyone came in late or your name was not called? All right, what's your name?
Christopher Rodriguez.
He's on the recall, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, all right, thank you. Anyone else? Pink shirt. I'm sorry, what? Daniel.
Page, the first page. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Does anybody see that one?
Mr. Machado, the visual, please. What is the?
What's the last name?
Agua.
All right, just a moment. We'll get you called up. Yes.
Is there a proceeding about Richard Montes today? I'm not Richard Montes, but we're here for.
No, that's for tomorrow. Yes. All right, anyone else who came in late or your name was not called? Yes. What is your name? I'm sorry, what? All right, you need to have a seat on the front row. Anyone else? All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. First, most importantly, when we're on the record, there's to be no talking in the box. Number two, attorneys, you can see files on either side. So to my left, probably to your right, is family violence or SVU. And to my right, probably to your left, is criminal trial division. So those where the files are located. I'm trying to keep the center of the room as least congested as possible. People are acting like COVID never happened. It did. So now my understanding, we have COVID, we have flu, we have RSV and all of this other stuff going on. So I try to keep the room as least congested as possible. I try not to have people crowding each other, even though this is a small courtroom. I wasn't in charge of the building. Nobody asked me. So it's small in here. So when you grab your file, just take your seat, place your file with the prosecutor. The prosecutor will call you in the order in which they receive your file. First will be first and last will be last. Do not approach the court to hear your case unless you've conferred with your client, conferred with the state. Make sure that you have all your discovery. If the state gives you an offer, you need to have presented that to your client. The deputies have people they will bring out from custody. Do not leave the courtroom if your client is in the box. Do not leave the courtroom if you've asked for your client to be called up, because that slows things down. If you're requesting an interpreter, do not leave once that interpreter has been requested, because we only have a few and they will come to the court and not see you here and they'll have to go somewhere else. So that'll cause things to break down. Even if you are an attorney and you speak the native language of your client, I'm still going to need an interpreter, because more likely than not, unless your client is speaking French, I don't speak the language. And even if it is French, we would still need an interpreter now. So today is going to be a great day. It's Monday. We're done with Thanksgiving leftovers. Don't eat anymore, because that would be dangerous. just throw it out. So everyone be kind to each other, put some patience in your pocket, and you may confer. Okay, thank you.
May I put on Mike Davis?
You need something good.
No, it's gonna get-
Oh, my bad.
A little wider load.
We went to the bigger guy.
Thank you very
All right, everyone, just have a seat and grab your phone, and I'll call you up when I'm ready.
Yes.
So we come.
So on Jamaria Simmons, I'm gonna put this date in the new year.
Thank you.
And we'll do January 20, you know what? We'll do January 30th.
Morning, Debbie. Good morning. How you doing? How's it going? Awesome.
Well.
Jamari Simmons.
I have that.
Okay,
I think the new liaison.
Hi, we're gonna recall that for January 30th.
30th.
Yes, and if he's out of the hospital sooner than that,
let
then
you
let me
know.
know, and
Okay.
we can put it on the docket sooner.
January 30th.
Yes,
Except for,
Thanks,
Simmons.
Judge. Yes.
you're welcome.
James Brooke. Are you ready? And Brown.
How are you?
I
don't know.
Neil Gonzalez. Tony Morado. Luis Peña.
Sir?
Normal.
Yeah. Tornado.
Oh, yeah.
Gilbert Pruitt.
You know, but-
Anthony Sanchez.
All right, State Criminal Trial Division. Do you have any objection to extending his curfew hours or either placing him on tracking?
Oh, that's, I'm fine with, I guess, no objection to lifting the curfew. out.
All right, so you want Ben just tracking?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, could I see Robert Medford?
Also good to be back.
All right, thank you. Good to see you.
You can come in.
Hello, Mr. Mefford. Good morning. They're asking that your, I guess, your curfew hours be extended.
Either extended or maybe removed, how much?
Yeah, we're not gonna do,
Extended,
yeah.
I mean, I do work as well, security work, concerts at the Alvin Zone and things like that, so it's like. well, it's just-
Ariana, if you could lower your voices, please.
There's just another side job that I've been currently working as well, and it's been kind of. It's part-time, I think, the hours that they're requesting. I mean, they are in compliance and helping me out, but it's still just kind of.
All right.
I have completed, all my courses, all my classes. I am on the list for the MRT course right now. I did get an additional list of courses for maybe a quicker time to get that completed. I'm on the wait list right now. I'm working on my community service matter.
Okay.
I've been up to date on everything. I get off as much, if not everything that I could. And I definitely, believe it or not, this GPS has helped me out in more ways than you could imagine. But I mean, just trying to go time, just wait and enjoy a little bit more time with kids after hours, doing little things with them. Definitely doing it. So, I mean, definitely.
Well, all right. So I'm going to keep your curfew at 10 p.m. because to me, that'll give you time to spend time with your children. And I will ask that he'll be allowed to have his curfew extended beyond 10 if it's for work. And so he's to provide proof of your work hours. So you can go beyond 10 if it's for work. Otherwise, your curfew will remain at 10. So does that help? Okay. So that's what we'll do probation. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Right now with the holidays and stuff, I mean, it's been going on 9 months and holiday, with monthly payments on it, it's been kind of a little stressful to me both, so that's the reason why I've been pushing. I haven't had any violations or anything over 5-6 months. I haven't done anything that you required me not to do, bars and clubs and the curfew portion of it.
All right, I tell you what, after the holidays are over, we'll come back mid-January. And if he's doing well, I'll see if there's no objection from the state. Then I will lift the GPS condition automatically. If there is an objection from the state, then we'll have a hearing on it. All right, so we'll put your date to come back for that tentatively, and it will be January 17th. All right, so if everything's going fine on that date, then what can happen is the probation officer will send me a document asking if you can be removed from GPS. And if the state signs off on that, then you won't need to come in on January 17th. It'll just be removed. If they have an objection to it, we'll have a hearing on January 17th and I'll make a decision on whether or not to remove it. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Rogelio Cano. Hello, Mr. Cano. Hi. Why are you here today?
They kicked me out of drug court,
Why?
but in the program I missed it. I got caught with a cell phone.
It's more than that. So what else are you not doing? Because I'm getting a report that you won't follow instructions. So is there a reason you won't follow the instructions?
I was following everything. That was the only issue, the cell phone. That was pretty much it in the confidential.
I'm sorry, what?
Confidential
Confidential what?
in the program.
I don't
I guess
understand.
Talking about somebody else.
Mhm. All right, when you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
It'd be negative.
All right, can I get a drug test on Mr. Cano today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'll talk to you after that, okay? Mike Perez?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So where are we on his cases? He has the 2 aggravated robberies.
Judge Orlando Castañon is the attorney on the aggravated robbery cases. I'm the attorney on the state jail case.
Mhm.
I basically have all the discovery. I'm assuming those aggravated robberies will take care of this state jail case, but
Okay,
I haven't been in touch with Mr. Castañon.
all right. Then you can be excused and we'll await Mr. Castagnon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Norma, can you see where Mr. Castagnon is? All right, can you file this back? They're not ready. Just have a seat in the box.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Maui Maush. Yes, where are we on this case?
Judge, I just got retained over the weekend. I don't even have access to the discovery portal yet. I'm asking for just a regular setting to give me a chance to get the discovery and go over that. There is also a travel issue, Judge. You're from Paraguay, Algeria. He has one relative living in the United States, Judge. That's in Philadelphia, a cousin, a first cousin. Apparently he was killed over the weekend.
Wednesday night, he got hit by a car in the highway.
He would like permission from the court to travel to Philadelphia to arrange for his cousin. Apparently there's a long procedure based on the religion and everything.
Is he on bond?
Yes,
Is it a commercial bond?
yes.
Then he needs to talk to his bondsman about going to wherever. I just need him to be here for court
Okay,
on time. Is he on GPS?
no.
Then he just needs to make sure that he's here for his court date.
All right, thank you, Judge.
So these funeral arrangements, I'm assuming they have to be done within 78 hours. Is this Islam? What is this?
No, it's not like that. So we're gonna send him.
Quiet, please.
So we're gonna send him back home, but before we do that, we gotta pay the funeral home, and we have to get him out of the hospital to the funeral home. And I'm the only closer and the closest family member here in the United States to kind of arrange things between his parents and the funeral home and the embassy.
All right, you're gonna have to confer with the state on this case off docket. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a date for Mr. Maush in January, please?
He comes back on January 5th.
All right, we'll be back on January 5th. You need to get a reset form for Ms. Ferguson. You need to make sure you are here. If there are issues with him where he's still in Philadelphia, then we could see about having it by Zoom. It's on page 11.
Right.
Matthew Snow. Hello. So where are we on discovery? Last time we were here is for medical records.
Oh, I think we worked it out. We're gonna do a plea. However, there was a miscommunication between Mr. Oscar Salinas and myself, and Ferguson. Yes, I emailed all the parties. Officer Salinas is out of the country. He won't be back till after December 5th. I did email all parties, but I did not get a response from everyone. But it is gonna be a plea. Yeah.
So who is this person who's out of the country or?
The prosecutor, Oscar Salinas.
All right,
He can come back till after December 5th.
and there's nobody in the DA's office who can do the plea?
He's
Oh.
the one that's taking care of it, because it's in the 196.
So this is one of those cases where Brenda, it's not true what they said. You know what somebody told me? They said, when I was a defense attorney and a prosecutor, they said, Stephanie, if you were to die tomorrow, you know what would happen? And I'm like, what? People are going to be in the middle of the street, pulling their hair out. They're like, I'd be sad. I would cry because they broke the mold when they made you. But you know what they say? We're going to give your cases to somebody else. So with Oscar Salinas, I guess they can't give his cases to somebody else if something happens to him. I wonder if his salary shows that. So December 5th.
I think it was December 6th.
All right. And where is Mr. Snow?
Well, Judge, I think my co-counsel told him that he didn't need to appear because of Oscar's announcement, but
All right. If you could let co-counsel know,
I know.
the only person who decides if somebody can't appear is not Oscar Salinas.
I told him that this
It would
morning.
be Judge Boyd.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, I mean, no need for you to apologize. It's not on you. All right, December 6th.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Perry Alloway. Where's the attorney on Terry Alloway? All right, Mr. Alloway, come forward.
These excuses. I broke down this morning. I changed shirts to get here on time. My ride showed up and I didn't grab the other shirt. I
Oh.
apologize.
Okay, so what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, we're here for sentencing today. I did file a motion for continuance. Mr. Holloway's sister died recently. And he's hoping to spend the holidays with his family before he goes to the state jail for us.
I mean, so it's not on the docket for today, it's for tomorrow?
I thought it was sentencing day, Your Honor. That's why we're here.
It's on the first page.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
All right, so this has already been set previously, right?
Yeah, the court continued it previously, Your Honor.
Yeah, from November 10th to now.
Yes.
So when did his sister pass? And what is this with spending time with your family?
My kids are coming in from Florida. And my grandkids.
For
I
what
ain't seen them in a
purpose?
while.
When's the last time you saw your children?
6 years ago,
When's the last time you saw your grandchildren? So why have you not seen your children for 6 years?
because I've been here in Texas and no way to get back there.
I don't understand this. So how much time is he asking for? No.
They're coming in for the sister's funeral, Your Honor.
When is the funeral?
It's already happened.
Yeah, we had that last week.
Okay, so when are they going to be here?
They're here now.
And when are they leaving?
We're gonna leave after Christmas.
Oh, this is not being held till after Christmas.
Your Honor, whatever's best for you, Your Honor.
I'll recall this for And counsel, you know that his sister's passed, you've seen.
Yes, I've seen, I looked everything up online, Your Honor. Everything's laid out and I get you the website if you need it.
No. All right, I'll bring you back on December 5th. That's the only time I'm giving you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if we can have a December 5th reset date for Mr. Alloway.
Yes, sir.
Can we be excused, Your Honor?
He needs a reset form.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
won't.
I'll make sure that's on the reset form. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I tried to drop by last week, but y'all had taken the week off. So.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you. Good job.
Gilbert Pruitt. Gilbert Pruitt. Yes.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. What is happening with this case?
We have a plea bargain. However, my client would like to visit with his family during the holidays, so we'd like to get a reset until after the holidays.
No, you all can do the plea, and if there's depending on what the offer is, I can give him a reset for sentencing.
Okay. Let me get the paperwork.
They're doing the plea on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rudy Coleman. I'm sorry, Ricky Coleman. Good morning. All right, what is happening with Mr. Coleman?
I've spoken with the state. We're still waiting on the results of the sanity evaluation that was done. So I need to get those results before we're able to resolve the cases. Additionally, on the drug case, Mr. Coleman has pending. I've spoken with the state about some discovery I think I'm missing. They're working on getting that for me as well.
All right, so the sanity motion, so there was no competency, just sanity.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when was that filed?
I believe the evaluation was done back in October. We're just waiting on the results.
We're just waiting on the report.
So did somebody call the
Yeah.
doctor and ask him?
It's gonna take about 30 to 45 days to get the report.
No, I mean, I understand about getting the report in, but did somebody pick up the phone and call the doctor and say, hey, what's your findings?
Nope, I have not.
Is somebody going to do that? Because if the finding, well, no, I mean, defense can do it, because if the findings is he wasn't sane, then we'll know where we are on it. But
I
if
have
we're just,
contact information to the doctor, I can do that.
all right, who's the doctor?
Dr. James,
Is it James or Jumis?
it's just Dr. James on here.
All right, so can you contact Judge Carruthers Court? Because it was through Carruthers?
Yes.
Can you contact them and find out if they have the contact information for that doctor? And maybe they can tell defense what the results are before he does the report. Because if they say he was insane, then
Takes us down a different avenue.
yes. So let me let you call that doctor real quick, and then I'll give you your reset.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Daniel Macias. Good morning. Where did you see what page Mr. Macias is on? Ah, found it. All right, Mr. Macias, your attorney is out with the flu.
Yes, ma'am, I did get that phone call this morning.
Okay, so we're gonna reset you. Brenda, didn't I tell everybody that was going around?
Oh, yes.
All right, so we will be back. Ms. Ferguson or Mr. Macias, can I have this set before December break? Before December break. All right, we'll be back on December 19th. They'll give you your reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, Rogelio Cano. All right, Mr. Cano, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you on the UA hotline until further notice. And if you don't take this probation seriously here, what's going to end up happening is you're going to find yourself with a motion to revoke. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to do the UA hotline until further notice.
Okay.
And I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month until further notice. And I'm going to want intensive outpatient treatment.
Okay.
And that'll be with probation and sober meetings based upon whatever probation feels is necessary.
Yeah.
Yes. And they'll go over your conditions with you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. At least once a week for now. And then if there are no issues in 3 months, then it could go to once every 2 weeks and stagger it.
And is it okay if I need the tap that we include the tap?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, all right, thank you.
Ready? Thank you.
Kendra Davis. Are you ready to proceed on this?
We are, Judge.
All right. Brenda, you ready? Court is calling 2020 CR 7207, State of Texas versus Keandre Davis. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Andre Woodard for Mr. Davis.
And are you Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Davis, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Keandre Marshawn Davis who was placed on community supervision and cause number 2020 CR 7207 for the offense of assault, family choking, strangulation on August 3rd, 2021 for a term of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
It's violation of condition number 2. On or about the 8th day of July 2022 in Redmond, Texas, the defendant and
Just one moment. I don't have a violation number 2. Is there a supplemental?
I don't have it as a supplemental. I have it on the second page of.
Unless there's a different one. Just one moment. Is your motion to revoke, is it dated January 22nd?
That's the one I have, Judge, and I can see which the commission to on that.
Oh, thank you. 28. I have 5, 5, 5, 7, 9A, 14, 15, and 16.
Sorry, Judge, it's gonna be a violation of number 5 in Washington County, Mississippi. The defendant, Keandre Marshawn Davis,
did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the month of October 2021 in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that? True or not true? State?
Judge, we're waiving all the other allegations.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 4 years in prison and to a $1,500 fine? Did you understand? Okay, you need to speak up. Right. Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5? Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Judge, it's to alter and amend conditions to remain in Texas with weekly reporting until completion of BIP in the parenting class. Not employed, 60 days work release. After successful completion, resubmit for transfer to Atlanta, Georgia.
Defense?
That's our agreement, Judge. We just asked the court to follow it. I think Mr. Davis has been in custody now since October 2nd. Things in Mississippi didn't go well for him because of some violent offenses that happened with his family. So he left Mississippi. He has family in Atlanta. That's where his mother is. We just asked the court to follow the recommendation.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Keandre Davis,
All right, why were you not reporting?
my cousin had been killed, and attempts on my life was being taken, and I had to leave
So why didn't you call probation?
because I didn't want to get the police involved due to if I leave, something still might happen to my other family members that's down.
No, I mean, you could have called the probation officer here. You could have called the probation officer there.
I was scared.
That don't make sense to me. So, Atlanta, does your mother even want you in Atlanta with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't you be bringing trouble to her doorstep?
No, ma'am. Not anymore. This was around like a year ago, a year and a half ago. Around the time everything.
And Judge, I have spoken with Keandre's mom, and she does want him in Atlanta with her. I've been in contact with her. He's not present because she lived in Atlanta.
All right, and what county is that?
It's Fulton, Decatur.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's from Bexar.
And what's your mom's name?
Toya Holder.
I'm sorry, what?
Toya Holder.
All right, the court will deny the motion. Alternate in conditions. And where are you going to be living here? Do you have a place to stay here?
Yes, ma'am, in Dallas.
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio, no, I have no family in San Antonio.
So where is he going to be staying if he's supposed to stay here till he completes BIP courses and parenting classes?
Judge, I'm uncertain about that because I know he doesn't have any family members here.
The closest thing I'm doing is in Dallas, Texas, and my dad is down there. My dad and my brother.
Your dad and who?
My dad and my brother.
All right, why are you still whispering? I mean, we have a microphone and people are still whispering. And I know when people are talking to their friends, they don't whisper. So in Dallas, you have your father
Yes,
and who
ma'am.
else?
My brother.
Does your father want you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you?
I haven't had any contact with his father, Judge. I've only had contact with his mother.
My mother has spoken to my father and he knows the conditions.
All right. So court would deny the motion, alternate conditions to include completion of BIP. Probation, how long does it take to complete BIP?
I believe BIP is an 8-week course.
All right, you're going to complete BIP within 12 weeks, period.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll do a transfer to Dallas. There's to be weekly reporting until further notice. So he's the weekly report. If Dallas County wants him to report by phone, he can report by phone, but it's going to be weekly. And there's to be the UA hotline until further notice. And full employment within 3 weeks of transfer. And there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else, probation?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, so from here on out, everything you do, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could result in me going to prison for up to 4 years? If there's some confusion, if you're like, well, maybe it could result in me going to prison, maybe it couldn't, you probably shouldn't do it. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't tolerate people not reporting. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Welcome. Jasmine Shaw. All right. What page is she on, Brenna? Found it. All right, your attorney has the flu. We're going to see you back on December 19th, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Ferguson, she needs a reset form.
You need to sign it. Where it says finish, sign where it says finish, it's back to me. and you can use it.
Ma'am,
Can I have my thing back?
oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I have my ignition in my mother-in-law's vehicle. And she is gonna be having her car taken into the shop. And we were just wondering if we could get the portable vacuum.
When is this going to happen?
She needs it done immediately because like the car is just undrivable. We share a vehicle.
Okay, so what you need to do is contact your attorney
Mhm.
and have your attorney file a motion, and we'll get that done.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
I know, but he's got pre-trial or something.
Those are for you to go. Okay, take those with you.
I don't know what the status is. I was hoping you were gonna tell me.
There's one happening.
Jose Del Bosque. Who's the attorney for Jose Del Bosque?
Okay. Now I know the conversation.
All right, what is happening with this case?
We still don't have the lab results back on the THC. I checked with the state. They just checked on the.
All right, state. Mr. Del Bosque, if you can approach, please. It's family violence. Where are we on these lab reports?
Judge, I don't have an update. I just know that we don't have them back. I know they've been submitted. We don't have them back yet.
So any idea of when they'll be back?
Judge, I can look into that for you right now, but I don't, as of right now, have an update.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we're going to call this back in December.
I can do the 19th.
All right, we'll come back on December
I'm gonna be
19th.
on vacation, Judge,
When are you leaving for vacation?
the 19th.
Oh, call it before the 19th.
The 15th.
All right, we'll come back on December 15th.
All right, thank you, Judge.
They'll give you a reset form. Woody, do you know the doctor's first name? Does anybody know this Dr. James's first name? I just texted Judge Carruthers. Valentin Ramos. So where are we on the PTD?
The coordinator informs me that he still has not had that accepted or processed.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a date for PTD on Valentin Ramos. What?
January 5th.
All right, why is this on the docket today instead of November 10th?
I have the same question.
That's what I'd like to know.
I was out of town November 10th, and then I think the court was in trial a couple days later. They're gonna settle.
You asked me to reset some stuff.
All right, what date is it coming back?
December, I think from January 5th.
I might not be back on vacation yet if I can get one more week.
It can be December 12th. I mean, January 12th.
I'm sorry, January when?
Well,
All right, we'll see you back on January 12th.
Yeah.
He needs a reset form.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking.
Christopher Rodriguez. All right, Mr. Rodriguez,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. Don't come back.
I promise you, I'll never see you again.
All right, well, I
I'll
mean,
make
you
it a
can-
donation to your campaign or something. Thank you.
all right, bye-bye. And I guess this is the state's copy. What page is Christopher Rodriguez? All right, thank you. Henry Knight. All right, Mr. Knight, why were you late?
I'm saying stay out until your name's called, and I'm watching on cautious.
For jurors.
Yeah, it's for jurors. Yeah, no, I mean, if we read, here's the thing, Reading is fundamental. You're supposed to be in the courtroom at 9 a.m. The only people who are not in the courtroom at 9 a.m. are jurors. So don't be late for court again. You understand? All right, so where are we on medical records?
We have those, so we're ready to proceed. The state has made an offer. Mr. Knight doesn't want to accept the offer.
All right. And the court has an acknowledgement of discovery. Is there a need for an updated acknowledgement of discovery?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a December date for a plea deadline?
December 19th.
All right, we'll see you back on December 19th. On December 19th, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the state's offer, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? All right, they'll give you a reset form. And remember, be inside the courtroom at 9 a.m. I made a notation. All right, thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Can you mute us, please? Brenna, do you need to go? Okay. James Brooks? Good morning. So what is happening with this case?
Judge, my client is going to be screened for the mental health PTV program, so we're asking for a reset from the court judge.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a reset date for a screening for mental health?
I can do January 10th.
All right, we'll come back on January 10th,
Thank you, Judge.
and Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. May we be excused?
Yes, after you sign the reset.
Thanks. Wait, Gilbert.
Gilbert Pruitt. Court is calling 2022 CR 9442, State of Texas versus Gilbert Pruitt. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
Defense?
Keith Engelke for the defense.
And are you Mr. Pruitt?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Pruitt, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're waiving the enhancement paragraph, but otherwise proceeding as presented.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Pruitt, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you're charged with the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront? No talking in the box while we're on the record. Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your
Do you
Honor.
believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe he was.
Mr. Pruitt, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 14 months in the state jail facility. There are no applications. If you do not appear for sentencing, then you will be subjected to the full range of punishment. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you do not appear, then your range of punishment will be at a 3rd-degree felony level? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And that range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea bargain agreement? Defense?
That is our
State?
understanding, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Honor state, all proceeds, Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Pruitt, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. How much time is he asking to report?
When do you give a report for sentencing? After the holidays.
No. It won't be after the holidays. That's too far. We'll see you back here on December 12th.
So the 12th?
Yes. And Mr. Pruitt, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And before you answer, know that you will get drug tested today if I want it done. You understand? So you need to be honest with me. For what? And what else? All right. So, Mr. Pruitt, I'm going to tell you right now, between now and December 12th, if you continue to use, it may be the last time you use because you don't know what people put into their product. It's not FDA approved. You understand? So when you leave here today, it would probably behoove you to go to a sober meeting, go to some type of treatment facility. They have sober meetings throughout San Antonio. Do you have a cell phone? Does it have Wi-Fi? Are you able to Google? If you Google on there and put in sober meeting locations, Bexar County, or sober meeting locations, San Antonio, hundreds of places will pop up throughout the city. So it doesn't matter if you live on the west side, east side, north side, south side. There is a sober meeting that's happening right now. They go along on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you probably need to do that instead of leaving here and using. I've had some people who come for sentencing and they come high as a kite because their thing was, I'm going to get one last hurrah. Don't do that because you may end up not making it to see the new year. You understand? All right. You're going to get a reset form for December 12th. You're going to need to be here at exactly at 9 a.m. All right. They'll give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I see, Judge, Mayor approach, it's more of an expertise thing. I had a question. Do you know the felony and mental health?
Oh, Judge, what is his name? Is it 379? Yeah, 379, Judge right now. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's one of our cases, Judge. I think we might be able to work something out if that's the case.
Okay, you can pop over there and see what their status is. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, just change it. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you can go. Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, Deputy Leon Davis is going to come back on tomorrow.
Davis?
David Leon. David Leon? I don't think, is he still in the back? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he's going to come back tomorrow. I did.
I'll check back in. I'll check that out.
No.
Yes.
Reset.
Virgilio Balsadua. Virgilio Balsadua.
Oh. Pardon me, Your Honor. May I approach?
Oh, it's behind the line.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here for Mr. Virgilio Belladua. I haven't heard with him, just checking with the court.
All right, well, the court reporter had to leave, but she'll be back in a few minutes. So if you can come back at 10:30, we'll see if he shows up.
Will do.
Thank you.
He's about to go.
Yes. You want to check.
Yes. All right, who's here on 1 Delatorre? All right, and where's Mr. Delatorre? Mr. Delatorre,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a violation report. They say you never reported.
I'm gonna report immediately.
Why have you not reported?
I was,
Well, I mean, no, it's you. Why you didn't report?
There's no excuse, ma'am.
I mean, were you with your attorney? Did he not drive you somewhere? Because it's not, I don't know why you're looking at your attorney. Excuse me. I don't know why you're looking at your attorney for answers. Why didn't you report?
I did report originally, called and left a message on the thing that was called, and I wasn't aware and I needed to continue. But I reported immediately, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you have the pretrial officer Marissa Dela Cruz zoom in, please? All right. So we're going to get to you shortly. Just have a seat.
Yes, please.
Andres Cardenas,
Right here, Judge.
We're here on
Yes.
the- Um,
come forward, Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. LaHood is on his
NTR.
MTR. I'm on his 3 new cases.
What's happening with this case?
So we went ahead and spoke to Judge Runhell and got an email for the intake person for mental health court. We need to get him into that, Judge.
Okay, but we were here and we were here on September 13th.
Competency was pending at that time.
Yes, so what is happening with the competency?
Competency came back, they identified some issues. He is competent to stand trial,
Okay.
but they did identify some issues which we're hoping if mental health court's an option, they can work through that and get him a good resolution of this whole thing.
We've spoken to state, they're agreed to get him to mental health.
So what is happening with the other cases? That's going to fall under the mental health?
Yes, Judge.
Hi. So
Yes.
is there a reason why we can't take care of the motion to revoke? Because whether or not he's going to be transferred, is the state going to withdraw this motion and have him transferred? Because if not, why can't he enter his plea to this?
Judge, I didn't plan on withdrawing the motion.
All right, so he's confident.
Yes.
And state, what's going to happen with these 3 new cases? Do we know yet?
Judge, we do not know, if I could have this few more minutes.
Sure. All right, so just have a seat and we will come right back to you. Raul Reyes, so when are you going to Egypt? Most importantly,
In January, you knew that.
I know, but I didn't, it's so close. Yes, it's so close.
And then, we went to Houston and thinking that it was the actual.
Come on, why would you think? Okay, now I'm
Because
embarrassed for
it
you.
was here in 2019, so.
So you thought they had brought the real deal.
Well, they had brought it in the past, so we thought, oh, we better go see it before we go because we're going, it's ridiculous not to see it.
And
I've
were-
seen it before.
And were you like Indiana Jones time when you saw it, you were like, this isn't real?
Yeah. We're like, why does it sound hollow?
Okay, when you go to Egypt, I don't think they're gonna let you knock on things.
No, I don't think so. That's why we're like, this can't be real.
So when you go to Egypt, are you gonna do like one of those Agatha Christie things, get involved in some kind of mystery while you're out there?
No, probably not. But we are reading Agatha Christie for book club.
Oh, what book are you reading of hers?
Something about Christmas for Poirot's Christmas.
Which book club are you in that you guys are reading Agatha Christie?
Savita Ray,
Oh, okay,
you know Savita, don't you?
yes.
Yeah, Savita.
Oh, wow, awesome.
Sam Adams.
See, that would be a great book club. That's what I'm reading. You know, I just discovered a new series, Broken Wood Mysteries. You should watch that show.
On what?
It's on Acorn. Yes, it's a New Zealand murder mystery.
Like on, I don't know if I have that.
I think it may be, yeah, it is Acorn or either BritBox, something like that.
I'll have to look for it.
The town is so small, but everybody keeps dying in the town. So I don't know where they get their people from, but it's a good little series. All right, so we were last here for discovery.
And
So where are we on that?
So I've got all the tapes are over 140 of them.
Okay.
And they're all like 15 minutes long, so it's impossible to listen to them all. Mike said he was going to have his assistant listen to them. He's not here today, and oddly enough, his case wasn't on the docket today. And
Yeah.
so maybe can you recall it for next Monday?
Sure. And let me ask you, so other than this, is there any CPS records or anything like that?
CPS?
Yes.
No, CPS is not involved in this case.
Okay, because it's an injury to a child.
It, he was at a friend's house. It
Oh,
has
okay.
nothing, I don't know why it got listed as family violence. He has nothing to do with it.
All right, so we'll recall this. You want it recalled on December 5th?
December 5th is Monday?
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you put Raul Reyes on December 5th?
Thank you, District.
All right, thank you. They'll give you a reset form.
Appreciate it.
Don't knock on any, sarcophagus.
So don't really find it out.
Brandon Sierra. Hi, and you're back from vacation.
Yes.
So where did you go? I'm just watching you and Richard travel all over the place. Loving the beautiful photos.
It was Brazil and
Okay, so should I go to Brazil and Argentina? You two would know. Is there something that should be on my bucket list?
It should be on your bucket list, but first you gotta go see the 1,000 candles at the.
I do. So here's the thing. I'm still trying to see the 1,000 candles outside of Paris. We were supposed to go, but I told somebody there's no way anybody's lighting 1,000 candles. This is probably electrical, right?
No, it is.
And then we found out that they're actually lighting candles. Richard, I feel good though, because Richard has been trying to see it and he's like, it's closed.
I flew in a day late. So the day I arrived, the day before was the last day.
So we should get a group together and we should just fly in to see that. My understanding, it's at a council and they do like a 20-course meal and you stay there and you just watch.
Oh my.
And then they light the candles for you.
So is that seasonal?
Yes.
That's why, okay.
So we need to get together and just do that. So we can say we've done it.
I'd like to see that too.
All right. So this is set for jury trial, but we were in trial. You were actually set for jury trial on October 25th, but we were in jury trial on a baby death case. So then it's set today for November 28th for trial.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So where are we?
Today's 28th.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we're set for trial. So
Yes. And so are you still requesting a trial?
Yes.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recall you all. I'll recall this for the 29th. It may not go because we have a capital murder set,
Okay.
but I'll recall you both back on the 29th. Are you able to come on the 29th? Not going to interfere with work or anything? Okay.
What time, Judge?
9.
Only because I thought if we weren't going, I could then go to Daria and do.
Oh, you have Del Rio?
Well, and it's not a conflict. Like I just thought if we weren't.
No, this
Because
is
that
what we'll
would
do
be
then.
a-
Miss Ferguson, on this case, I'm going to give you a reset date. But if we need you for the 29th, we'll call you and you'll need to be here for trial tomorrow. But I'm not going to put it for the 29th. I'll give you a different date, okay?
Yes.
But you understand? Because I don't want to interfere with your Del Rio if it turns out something else is going to trial and he's not
That's
going.
right. I was gonna leave at 6 in the morning to be there by 9.
Mhm.
So, but if as soon as I find out, I would head back.
Okay, yes. All right, so can we give them a date in January for jury trial?
Thank you.
All right, so it's going to be January 23rd. That's tentative. You may end up going tomorrow, okay? All right, is there anything that we need to take up with regards to the jury trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I do need a state on Brandon Sierra. There hasn't been any updated discovery or anything new? Because if there's been some new discovery tendered, then I'll need a supplemental acknowledgement of discovery.
Yes. Not that I'm aware of,
Okay,
ever since we had got the last one, but.
all right. All right, just check with Ms. Pollard.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form, then you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Use the number. James?
Yes, Google. His name is Dr. Billy James, San Antonio, Texas. Just give me a moment. Okay, let me see. What page is Brandon Sierra on?
Page 10.
All right.
You already pulled it, was it up there earlier? It might be over there. I just wanted to make sure there was.
You guys have.
I told it.
You had it on.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Cardenas.
So that's fine. That's
All right, yes.
Yes, Judge. So we're asking for it to be recalled for tomorrow, give the state some time to figure it out. Two of his cases are not family violence, two of his cases are. So one's probation. They need some time to figure out what they really want to do. We're asking for it to be recalled for tomorrow, so that gives them time. We get it done.
All right. And when are we doing jury selection tomorrow?
Tomorrow at. I told him to be here by 9, but I don't know what time you want to go downstairs.
All right. So
I do have a docket tomorrow. I don't know if you want me to move out.
all right. So you'll be here tomorrow at 9.
Yes, Judge. That'll work.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Just for that.
Mike Pettis,
Yes, Judge, he's in custody.
come forward. All right. So what is happening with these new cases?
We've received an offer. I have not gone through discovery with him. I believe I received a final bit of it recently. And so at this time, he needs some time to consider that offer.
All right. And so you have all the discovery?
I believe I do.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you can recall this back before December break.
She said that, Judge.
All right, this will be coming back on December 16th. And Mr. Pettis, that's going to be your plea deadline date. So on that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the plea. You understand? All right, thank you. Frederick Condell. Just one second. If you, Mr. Condell, if you just wait there.
This is the one I spoke about a couple weeks ago.
Okay, all right. The court reporter will be back shortly.
And can I refresh your memory on this one?
Just one second.
Sure. He's on probation, Judge, and then just popped up after.
Until the court reporter comes back.
No rush.
All right, Woody.
Yes.
Yes. Any updates from the Google search?
The number I called on Google is a not working number
Oh, so
for Dr. Billy James.
does Dr. Billy James really exist?
He appears to. He is a counselor in San Antonio, specializing in counseling and psychology.
All right, Ricky Coleman. If you can come forward, please. All right, so we're going to recall this. Are you going to be here December 5th?
No,
Where are you going to?
I'll be in Mississippi for reserve duty. I'll be on my way back that day.
Oh, okay. Well, enjoy. Is this where they have you guys go out in the woods and you have to find your way back?
Fortunately, no.
Okay. Yeah, I had relatives who would do that all the time. Oh, just one second. Can you mute us? We can go back on record. Cheyenne Fox. Yes. All right, what is happening? All right, this has a recall date of March 30th. Why are we here? Because it was supposed to, she had an extended commitment. Has
She
that?
did, Your Honor. So she had 2 extensions, and right before the third, she was found to be competent. And so I don't know how it ended up on the docket, but it did.
Okay, so where are we on this case?
Judge, I need to contact both of the officers in the cases. We were just gonna ask for a 2-week reset to be able to give them an official offer.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 2-week reset on Ms. Fox, please?
You can back on the 19th.
All right, we already have a lot of inmates that are going to come back on the 19th.
I can do the 16th.
All right, we're going to come back on December 16th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. Yes.
I have left the voice.
Okay, awesome. Then Mr. Coleman, if you'll come back up, please. All right, so we'll recall this then after you come back, and you said you'll be back on December 6th.
Yes.
And you probably need some time to decompress.
I'm working.
From the steak and lobster. right?
As long as I'm back on, I'll be back on the 5th, so anytime after that's fine.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, can we put this the week of December 5th, but just not on the 5th,
December 7th.
December 7th?
That's a date which will live in infamy, Judge. Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
See y'all then.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Orlando Hernandez. right, what is happening with this case?
So I've conferred with the state, and I think we're on our way to a court of resolution. I believe it was mistakenly filed as a felony, and so they're gonna refile it, I think, as a misdemeanor and then dismiss this. That's what I believe is gonna happen.
Is this what's happening, state?
Yes, good.
All right, when is that going to be done?
This week.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Orlando Hernandez. If you can recall this. Sorry, just one moment, please. Sorry about that.
No worries, Rob.
Mom always comes first. So remember me, yeah.
Mr. Hernandez is here with his mother.
Oh, where's your mom?
Oh, right over there.
Hi, Mom. All right, so what we'll do then is we'll recall this. I'm gonna give you a date for next week, but of course, if this is taken care of, then you won't come here. It will all already have been taken care of. So state the week of December 5th, that should give you enough time. All right, so we'll just recall it on December 5th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Ms. Ferguson, that is Orlando Hernandez. December 5th. And they won't, the case will probably be taken care of. And Brenda, do you see Hernandez on the docket? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Frederick Condell.
Good morning again.
Good morning. All right, the court is calling, and could everyone in the box stop talking, please? Court is calling 2022 CR 9707, State of Texas versus Frederick Condell. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Captain Pollard for the state.
for the defense?
John Prince for Mr. Condell.
And are you Mr. Condell?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna need you to make sure that you speak up so that we can hear you. Okay? Counsel, I'm showing you what's entitled Discovery Acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor. Yes, we did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Condell, I'm showing you what's entitled Deferred Adjudication Application. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, we were proceeding on count one.
That's correct, Your Honor. We have no objection.
Mr. Condell, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He certainly does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Condell, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
I am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count one. Punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. The state is silent on your application for deferred adjudication. There's to be no contact with Tiffany McDonald or Marvell, Marvelle Martinez. And there's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea bargain agreement? State,
Yes, Judge.
defense?
Yes, Judge.
See, I looked at you,
You
but
did. You're trying to
it throws
trick us.
everybody off, right?
Trick us.
Yeah. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Yes, Judge, we'd offer what's confirmed the state's exhibit 1.
We reviewed them and have no objection.
Mr. Condell, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it at all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge, we'd request that.
All right. And the court will note for the record that the defendant was placed on supervision in 2019 CR 0950. A motion to revoke was heard in regards to that. Counsel, is that correct?
Several months ago it was, Your Honor, and then this new indictment popped up from an offense alleged to have occurred earlier this year prior to us resolving his MTR in the summer. So we're obviously requesting that you place him on deferred, run it concurrently with the case that he is currently on deferred for, with the same terms and conditions that you have already applied to that first case.
Right. And in regards to the first case, it's the court's understanding. Is the defendant scheduled for SATF?
DDRF, I believe. Judge.
DDRF, okay.
That's correct.
Yes.
All right. State, any objections?
No objections.
All right, so this is what the court will do in this case. As previously stated, the court is finding there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt, place you on deferred adjudication for a term of 4 years.
Judge, would it be possible to give him a lower term of years in terms of, I believe he only has about 2 years to go on his existing probation.
No, it will depend if he wants to come back. If he's doing well, then the court, of course, may reconsider things.
Okay.
Just one moment, Brenna.
You don't have any tacos in there, do you?
You want lettuce and tomatoes with that? You ready? Okay, all right, so this, with regards to that, if you're doing well, if you're following all the rules and the regulations, then your attorney, of course, can come back later and ask that you be terminated early. And I will consider that. I always keep an open mind about everything. But for now, I'm going to have you on 4 years deferred adjudication. This is the run concurrent with 2019 CR 0950. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated.
Thank you, Judge.
There's to be no contact with Tiffany McDonald, Marvelle Martinez. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There should be the DDRF. I'm going to have you on GPS when you're released from DDRF. Okay. Yes. So I'm gonna want GPS upon release from DDRF. And we can do partial for work. There's to be parenting classes. Do you have a child? I'm reading the report that you do. Age?
One is 3 years old and one is about to turn 1.
All right, so we're gonna do parenting classes. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Proof of employment or SSI within 90 days of release from custody. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And I saw at one point I asked that he go to SATF. Were there drug issues in this as well as mental health issues?
Judge, you're catching me on the wrong foot. I don't know.
Okay, I think there was.
He can address it.
Yes.
I originally ended up going to Lifetime because there was substance abuse, and while going through Lifetime, they dealt with mental health issues that I hadn't been diagnosed with yet. So once I completed that, the mental health diagnosis is being taken care of now. It was in the process.
Okay, so do you have a case manager and everything?
I do.
All right, so you're gonna have to make sure that you give probation the name of your case manager.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna want field visits 2 times per month. And probation, if you can make sure they check in with his case manager to make sure that he's on his medications. And there'll be regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, State, are you withdrawing the motion to revoke or are you going forward on it?
Judge, we're withdrawing.
Okay,
Thank you. We have no objection.
all right. So Mr. Condell, we're off the record. Mr. Condell, you're gonna have to make sure that you follow through on everything. So when you go to DDRF, when you're released from DDRF, you need to make sure that you stay in contact with your case manager, okay? All right, thank you. Just have a seat in probation. We'll go over conditions with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. How's it going?
It's going good. Let me show you something.
Oh, sure.
To help in your determination, slide left. I just got back from Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, my gosh. So slide this way.
You can slide whichever way. It's a little album. I made it for you.
Oh, awesome.
Big Jesus.
Okay, I'm definitely going.
And yeah, I said Argentina or Rio de Janeiro. That's Copacabana.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to stay on Copacabana Beach.
So do I go there and I sing the song Copacabana?
Yeah, you can.
Do they have the place there?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's just a big old beachside, and everybody hangs out, and good food. And
Okay, I'm gonna go. You had me at good food.
there you go.
Yeah. All right, is the attorney here, Moses, Nicole Moses? All right, if you come forward. Good morning. All right, so what's happening with this case?
Judge, we're asking for a trial setting.
Okay. All right, do you have all the discovery?
Yes, you are.
All right, I need a discovery acknowledgement from the state. And Ms. Ferguson, I need a trial date for Nicole Moses. And state, how long are you anticipating this trial to last? It's a theft case. All right, so it'll be a 2-day trial.
They can come back on the 17th.
All right, so we're coming back on December 17th. Your plea deadline date has expired. What that means is the court will not consider any plea bargaining agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Judge January.
January 17th. Oh. All right, we're coming back on January 17th for your jury trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I need an acknowledgement of discovery before you leave.
Judge, may she leave because she has a doctor's appointment in like 45 minutes.
She needs to sign that acknowledgement of, she needs to sign the reset form.
Okay, thank you.
All right, who are the parties on Juan Del Torre? Come forward, please. And Miss Dela Cruz, if you could unmute. All right, Ms. Dela Cruz, this is Mr. Juan Del Torre. I have a violation report that he has not reported to you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have you had any contact with him at all?
No. No.
All right, so don't shake the head. Here's the thing. Where we are is where we are today. And where we are today is you're going to contact her today. If you do not contact her today before 1 p.m., what's going to end up happening is I'm going to get another one of these and we're not going to have another conversation. So how often is he supposed to report to you, Ms. Dela Cruz?
Every couple months and after court, whatever occurs first.
All right, so you're here for court today, so you need to report to her. Do you have a contact information?
Yes, I do.
All right, so he's going to call you. I want you to step outside and call her right now. Do you have a phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, call her right now. All right, and let me know if he's calling you. He should be calling you right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Brenda, do you see Nicole Moses on the docket? Thanks. How you been doing, Mr. Broback?
I was over in the Czech Republic last week.
Oh my gosh, people are just traveling.
A little bit. We'll get you to Namibia next year.
Okay.
Do the family violence program. I think you could be a real assistance to the country.
Okay, awesome.
Trade missions in June 2023.
Okay, I will make sure that I have it down.
Every trip to Africa is a good trip.
Oh gosh, I so desperately want to go. So do you have to take a lot of shots?
Set it up. No shots required.
Okay, awesome. I will do that.
We got Commissioner Calvert is supposed to be coming too.
Okay.
So
All right, awesome.
they need it. They need a family
Yeah.
violence program. Someone experienced like you.
Oh, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate it. Let me see if your client's calling.
Yes, Your Honor. He is on the other line.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
I finished my statement. I'm gonna send one on my. Okay.
And there's that one. Francisco Carlos Aguilar. Where's the attorney? Just 1 second. Okay. All right, come forward.
And I'm here with my new associate.
Hello, welcome. A new bar passage?
Not just yet.
Oh.
We're getting her provisional board card so she can start jumping in here and we can throw her into the fire.
What year are you in?
I graduated in May, but I'll be taking the exam in February.
Oh, well, congratulations on your graduation. And I know everyone here is going to make you joyous that you chose the field that you've chosen. They're going to tell you how great it is to sit and wait in court all day. All right, what is happening with Mr. Aguilar?
Your Honor, I've spoken with the state and they've asked if we could do one last reset to confirm some issues with the complaining witness and some other potential witnesses. So I would say by the next reset, then we should have a definitive answer one way or the other.
All right, state.
Judge, the defense brought up something to our attention that we need to talk to the complaining witness about to verify.
All right, and how much time are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm putting it on my to-do list for today, probably anywhere 2 to 3 weeks.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can we call Mr. Aguilar in 3 weeks, please?
16.
All right, we'll come back on December 16th.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll just get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, sir.
Gabriel Hinojosa.
Madam Chair.
All right, what is happening with Mr. Hinojosa?
Judge, we've received an offer. I'd like to have the client come to the office to review the discovery. So
Have you received all the discovery?
as far as I'm aware of, Judge, we can just get a plea deadline, please.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 3-week plea deadline date? Is that enough time?
That's fine, Judge.
I can do the 15th.
All right, we'll come back on December 15th. On December 15th, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. That will be your plea deadline date. After that, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. They'll give you a reset form.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and Mr. Hinojosa? Come back, please. Why were you late for court?
I was stuck in traffic.
Do not be late again.
Yes, ma'am.
And even though there's traffic, I'm always here at 9. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Is the attorney here on Basadua? All right, Richard Montez. All right, so just so y'all know, there were 2 people here who said they thought this was on the docket today. I didn't have it on my docket today, so I told them it's for tomorrow. But I see that we're here on a motion in limine.
Sure, Judge. You told us to come today if we didn't have an agreement as to our motions in limine, so that's why we're here.
All right, so where is Mr. Montez?
He's at the jail.
All right, so let's see if we can
We will be back tomorrow morning. I don't know what time we're going to be picking a jury promptly at 9 or if we. Because he will obviously be dressed.
all right, so we'll take care of this tomorrow unless you can have, is it possible to have Mr. Montez by Zoom?
Oh, I can call for that.
Are you all okay with Mr. Montez, us having these motions with Mr. Montez being by Zoom, or do you all want him in person?
In person, Judge.
All right, so we'll take care of this tomorrow. And we will be having jury selection in the central jury room.
What time will we doing?
We're going to start there at, let's start there at 10:30. At 10:30.
Should we report there for the motions hearing or?
Speak with Deputy Laura, because I want to know what is easiest for you. Is it okay to have him up here and then transfer him downstairs or no? Okay, so we'll have the motions up here at 9 a.m. So I need everybody to be here at 9. And then we'll take our break and have him transferred downstairs. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Andrew Velasquez. All right.
Your Honor, we're requesting a reset. The state needs to talk to a complainant And in the meantime, I'm gonna try to have her called also. So we need a reset for about 2 weeks.
So Judge, defense gave us information for a witness that may very likely help resolve this matter.
Okay.
I tried calling earlier today, left a voicemail, but I'm gonna try and call from my office again.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 2-week reset on Velasquez, please?
I think the 15th.
All right, we'll come back on December 15th.
Okay, no other notice? No, okay, 15th at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
May I be excused?
Yes, always good seeing you. Tony Morado. And this is application for probation. Court is calling 2022 CR 8639, State of Texas versus Tony Leanne Morado. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Peace Park, Judge, I don't see Orlando in here.
Who's your attorney?
Orlando.
All right. You want to see if you can grab him in the hallway? Yes. All right, and Adrian Alvarado, Deputy Laura, that's going to be recalled for December 1st.
Judge, he's not out there.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you see if you can get Mr. Castillon back, please?
Yes.
All right, just have a seat and we'll take you up shortly. Danny Machado. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 0117, State of Texas versus Danny Ray Machado. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Catherine Pollard for the state.
Mr. Machado.
All right, and are you Mr. Danny Machado?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea of no contest on September 29th to the offense of assault family second. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 5 years, and the state is remaining silent on your application. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, Judge.
We have none.
Any objections?
No, there were no objections.
All right, the state is silent. So defense?
Judge, what I'd like you to know about Danny is that this particular offense goes back February, it'll be 2 years. Since that time, he and the complaining witness have not had any problems or any further incidents. He's 36 years old. He works with a company called Fuller Excavation. He's a survey engineer with that company, been so since May of 2021. And before that, he was a carpenter with Bartlett Cook. He has a child with the complaining witness, and he has 2 other children. He currently pays approximately $700 a month in child support and is current. He has a hearing coming up on December 13th for the 3rd time. He lives with his father. He was living with the complainant at this time on and off, but now when this happened, he moved out. He's living with his father and his stepmother since then. And things are going well over there. On the PSI, when you asked me one thing, I knew it was something. On the front page of the PSI, there's a reference to this is happening on 1/2/22. That date's not right. That was something else that was dismissed. The actual offense date in this one's 2/27/21. Yeah, it was on almost all the way at the bottom of page 1 when the wrong date was put in.
All right. Is there anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Machado had a letter from his boss on a character kind of note to also verifying his employment. It was my understanding that that letter was supposed to be attached to the PSI report by Ms. Martinez, I believe it was, who did it. When I reviewed the PSI, it was not attached. However, we do have confirmation from her that she did receive it. And that's
Why?
on-
Is this the letter that is from Fuller Concrete?
Yes.
Yes, I have it attached to
Oh,
mine.
okay, it was not in the copy that I saw. But I think. Yes, that's the letter. Yes.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, that is the letter.
And just so both parties know, I review the PSI reports always before sentencing, and I read everything that's in it. And then if there's something that people want me to disregard, I will immediately disregard it. But I did read the letter from his employer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, what I would draw your attention to, if the court, or we are asking the court to defer adjudication probation. I was looking at the TRAS, the TRAS evaluation that's on page 9
Mhm.
of the report. If granted probation, they're recommending that supervision be at the low region. Also that they did note that he is in a pre-contemplative stage of change, which indicated to me he's working on himself. Outpatient treatment for alcohol. No contact order with the complaining witness, BIP, community service and community service. All of those seem very reasonable and something that I think Mr. Machado could do and would do in order to successfully complete probation. And that's what I have to say from Machado, and he would like to address the court as well.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Danny Machado.
All right, what would you like to say?
First off, I just want to say that I'm very sorry and remorseful about everything that happened. That is not me, not in my character.
Wait, stop right there. You're saying that's not in your character?
Yeah, that's not me. That's not.
Is this
me.
the first time that this has happened?
No, man. So,
So it is maybe in your character.
and I'm willing to do anything to better myself as far as classes. I feel that I've come a long way as far as change. And
Let me ask you this. Have you read her statement?
yes, ma'am.
All right. I want you to read that out loud.
Everything.
Yeah, the first paragraph.
The officer spoke to the complainant.
No. Slow it down and speak up so I can hear you.
This officer spoke to the complainant who stated, I am in corrections in January.
You all need to be quiet over there, please.
I am
Yes.
in corrections. In January, it will be 15 years. Danny and I have been married for 7 years, and I have been abused throughout the marriage. He has put me in the hospital several times. I have been planning to leave him for 12 months after the incident, but he wouldn't leave me. He wouldn't let me leave. It took a lot for me to get to this point, but I'm glad I did. I'm in a good place where we have one minor child together and I have 3 other children outside this relationship. Even with no contact order, he still contacts me through the phone calls. Where you at? You're still mine. I'm outspoken. I'm forgiven. I've forgiven him, but I'll tell my story. He has a case that involved all our kids. He hit me with 6 kids in the vehicle. CPS got involved. He's done a couple of years probation and he's anger management, parenting therapy, the whole 9, and I clearly didn't work. The female he's with, he's doing the same thing and she called the cops, but he recants. Something like that.
But she recants. So do you have any response to that?
Yeah, as far as me being in a relationship, I'm no longer in a relationship. I mean, some of that's not really true.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing. You come to me and you say that hitting her is not in your character. But then I have evidence that you've done this before.
Yes, we had a rough relationship. I'm not gonna say it was perfect. But since the incident happened, we haven't been together. We've been apart. And since then, I feel like I've done a lot better. And the thing that I've been doing now, I've been going to church, been changed, as far as career wise, I've overcome a lot. And things I've been doing a lot better. And I've been trying to work my way up.
All right, is there anything else you wish to say? Defense, any questions?
You have some plans for your future as far as what you want to do, even though you are a surveyor for Fuller. What are those plans?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, this is the setback because I'm trying to finish the enrollment for my school so I can start my own company and take off with that. But as far as that, that's postponed for now.
You had also indicated to me what you felt about counseling for yourself in several areas. Would you tell the judge about that?
Yes, I'm all for it in any classes that would help as far as making me a better person overall. I'm all for it.
Two of the specific areas that we concentrated on were alcohol, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And anger management, is that correct? Yes. And any course that you would be told to do, I assume you would do.
Yes, yes, sir.
State any questions? All right, any other witnesses?
No, ma'am.
All right,
I will say his mother is here for support.
okay.
So she is here. He does have family support outside of this, and he does live with his father and stepmother who also are supportive in that.
Okay, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to find you guilty. The court will deny your applications. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Brittany Machado. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrent, taking consideration grand jury number 779534. Court will sentence you to 5 years in prison, give you credit for any time served. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction and because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you.
Because I would ask that if you would consider retaining jurisdiction on this case and see how it is progressing
Yes,
over the next 6 months.
yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Could you leave us for a moment, please?
And who's the attorney? Orlando Castagnon? You were here for Moretto, if you can come forward, please. And after Moretto, it would be Perez, Gonzalez, Delgado, Aguilar, Scarborough, Lewis, and Brown.
Is that Louis Pena, Judge? That one? Well, that's second to last.
Yes. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 8639, State of Texas versus Tony Amorato. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Orlando Castagnon.
And are you Miss Moriata? Morato? I keep adding syllables to the name. All right. Defense, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Murata, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, if we're proceeding on the lesser included of possession of a controlled substance, PG1 less than a gram.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
Ms. Murata, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Murata, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense, possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram. State recommends deferred adjudication. There should be no contact with Roland Aguirre Hernandez Jr. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 150 hours community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Yes, Judge. States Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No, Judge.
Ms. Murata, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding you guilty as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you all need to be quiet in the box when we're on the record. Is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Judge.
All right, Ms. Murata. Where are you staying?
Right now, I'm actually residing with my mom.
And does your mom want you there?
Yes.
All right, when you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And no, you're getting drug tested today.
Negative. Negative.
All right, we're going to do a testing, then we're going to come back and do sentencing. So do you need any water?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's because I'm sick. I'm sorry.
All right, that's okay. We're going to do a drug test today, and you're not leaving here until you give me my UA. You understand? So when I ask people if they're going to be positive or negative, it's not for punishment. It's so that I can see what conditions to give somebody. So we're going to do a UA today. All right.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. Anthony Pettis. Thank you. All right, court is calling 2019 CR 6428, State of Texas versus Anthony R. Pettis. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state,
Ryan Grimmer for the state.
for the defense?
Jonathan Pettis on behalf of Anthony Pettis.
Okay. No relation?
Related, Judge.
Oh, all related? Okay.
He's my little cousin, if you will.
Okay. All right. Are you Mr. Pettis? All right, you have no objection to your cousin representing you? All right, are you the same Anthony R. Pettis who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2019 CR 6428 for the offense of manslaughter on June 29, 2020 for a period of 8 years? Is that you? All right, state.
And Judge, I think we don't have a resolution right now, Judge. What I've spoken to defense counsel, we'd asked the court, Judge, I think we're working towards a resolution. I need to check into one incident that was mentioned here in the MTR that I need to call a school. If I could have it recalled for 1 week, I believe I can do that. I've already got a lead on where it happened. Actually.
Okay, Brenda, they have me going on the record saying all of that.
I don't want to interrupt you, Judge.
And you know, Brenda's having to take that down. Come on. Yeah, you're coughing. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 1 week reset on this case, please? All right, December 9th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, next time interrupt.
I know.
Brenda, you can interrupt politely. Excuse me, Your Honor, but we're still working on this. All right, so we'll be back on December 9th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Brenda, I won't shout at anybody. And what page is he on? Okay. Who's that one? Virgilio Balsadua.
Never showed up. That one
Okay.
never showed up.
All right, and I'm just waiting for the attorney to come back. Leo Gonzalez. Who's here on Leo Gonzalez? Where's the attorney? Just have a seat till your attorney comes. Oh,
Right here, they had informed me that he was not here, so.
okay. Well, they're going to confer with you.
Yeah.
All right, they're not ready on that. You're welcome. Oh, and Anthony Delgado. Yes.
Delgado.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6319, State of Texas versus Anthony Delgado. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Ed Garza from Mr. Delgado.
And are you Anthony Delgado?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
We did, Your Honor, yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Delgado, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Delgado, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, he was, Your
Mr. Delgado, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There's a $500 fine probated. There's no application for deferred adjudication. State recommends community supervision, and there's $57 restitution to the Bexar County Crime Lab. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
It is.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 5 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, and a referral to felony drug court. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Your Honor, state offer states Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Delgado, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you? You all need to be quiet in the box when we're on the record. Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court is finding there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court is finding you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yep. Judge, we just asked the court to follow the plea agreement.
All right, Mr. Delgado, how many children do you have?
I have 4,
What are their ages?
13, 11, 10, and 9.
Dates of birth?
August 8th, August 31st, November 17th, and December 31st.
Okay. And when's the last time you've seen them?
For
Right.
October.
Do you live with them? All right. So what's your drug of choice?
It was.
No, don't. Here's the thing. I always tell people when I'm placing you on probation, I'm going to follow this agreement.
That's fine.
I'm asking questions so that I can see what's the best conditions to give you so you can be successful.
Okay.
That's why I ask people about their children. I ask them what they do because I'm trying to see what's best for them. But if somebody comes to me and they say, hey, I don't have a drug problem, don't ever use, this is the first time, the very first time, and there's nothing I'm going to use again because that's not who I am. And I send you out into the world and I don't give you any treatment and you use again, guess what? That's your fault, not mine. Because whether you were dishonest or not, you're telling me you don't use. So how old are you?
I'm 37.
So nobody used meth for the first time at 37. I mean, I've seen some people do it, but I'm sure that's not the case with you. So how often were you using?
Maybe once a month. No,
I don't know anybody. Here's the thing. I don't know any, you're
was-
saying you're being honest, but you,
I was off it. I think so.
no. See, you say you're being honest, but you started with by telling me that that's the first time. And now you're slowly coming towards me with honesty, but I don't even know anybody who used meth once a month. That's like me saying I eat chocolate once a month. Don't believe it.
Okay. But
So how often?
once a month.
Okay. And where were you working?
I'm self-employed. I own my own business.
Doing what?
Welding. I welded, do carports, custom carports, barbecue pits, gates, everything.
How long have you been doing that?
3 years by myself. I've been doing welding for 15 years, 16 years.
All right. Any other questions?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah.
All right. When you're released, where are you going to be living?
98-730.
No. I mean, you know, who with?
Oh, Stephanie Bruno, my wife.
Okay. Does she want you there, bringing problems to her doorstep?
No, it's no problem.
She does, Your Honor. I've been in contact with her and we've discussed Anthony's situation. So I don't see or perceive that there's any kind of problem between them two.
All right. I'm going to sentence you to 5 years in prison, suspended and probated for 5 years. There's a $500 fine that will be probated. We're going to do a TAP evaluation while in custody. If the TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment, we're going to start with intensive outpatient treatment, regardless of what the TAP says. Intensive outpatient treatment. I'm going to want 90 sober meetings in 90 days. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. $57 restitution to Bexar County for laboratory testing. 100 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with the booster. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you have it with the booster, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want parenting classes with triple T. Once you completed parenting classes, the remaining of the community service hours will be waived. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month. I'm going to want the UA hotline for 6 months. And probation, if you want the hotline to count as his visiting with probation, you can do that as well. And so UA hotline for 6 months. If there is no issues with that, then slowly you can taper it off to regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
How often would you like to test it, Your Honor?
We're going to start out with once a week for at least 2 months.
That'll be all, Your Honor.
All right, and there should be no unsupervised contact with minors. So that means that you cannot babysit your children. You understand? So if your wife leaves, she can't leave you along with the children, because where you are right now in your state of sobriety, you don't make a good babysitter. All right, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. Do better. Stop using, you're too old for that.
May I
Thank you.
approach real quick, Jen?
Yes.
I don't remember not, but my wife's mammogram.
Francisco Aguilar. Arthur Scarborough. Brittany, should I ask them what we're doing before I go on the record? All right. Oh, you're on the other side. All right, the court is calling 2019 CR 8528 State of Texas versus Arthur Scarborough. Can our parties announce for the record for the state,
Catherine Pollard from the state.
for the defense?
Matt Stohansky, Mr. Scarborough.
And are both parties ready to proceed with this motion?
Which motion?
This motion to revoke.
No, ma'am. We're asking for for a contested. But we also have a motion to set bond today.
All right. All right, so Ms. Spurt, how many witnesses going to be involved in this?
Judge. 2.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, I need a contested hearing. How many witnesses do you have?
We just have, I believe Mr. Scarborough and one other.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date on Mr. Scarborough for a contested hearing.
No, I can do the 14th.
All right, we're going to come back on December 14th for a contested hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you'll talk to Ms. Ferguson about placing your motion for a bond on the docket, we'll take care of it. I'll be able to take care of it probably on Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I was going to pay you Argentina and Brazil.
Argentina and Brazil. Okay, what should I be doing in Argentina?
Drinking wine and eating steaks.
Okay, so here's the problem. Everybody knows I don't drink.
Oh.
Okay, you'll take it for me. All right.
So is it better now?
Your Honor, is Scarborough done?
Yes, Scarborough is done.
And the most amazing rainforest you've ever seen. It's just-
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm putting it on my list. All right, who's here on Mark Lewis? Court is calling 2022 CR 8453 State of Texas versus Mark Lewis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state, for the defense?
All day Smith for the defense.
And are you Mr. Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and that you review it with your client?
We have, Your Honor.
The court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did you understand you're charged with unlawfully carrying a weapon with a felony conviction as a second-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the court will allow you to withdraw your plea, and the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
Yes, Your Honor,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe it was and is, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, according to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. The state opposes your application. They're taking in consideration county court cause number 686624. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you
Your Honor.
understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Judge. Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Lewis, I'm showing you what's inside a waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court is finding there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court is deferred finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Your sentencing date will happen on January 4th. I'll base my decision on your application upon a PSI report that I received from probation and any other evidence that's presented to me. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and probation will need a tap evaluation on Mr. Lewis and the full PSI.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
Judge, would like to put the probation in consideration and we prefer to do ISF too.
Oh, okay, well, we'll just see what the PSI report said. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Have a blessed holiday.
All right, thank you, you too. Ms. Ferguson, when do you want to bring Mr. Brown back?
Can you wait January 1st?
All right, what date? Okay. Norma, okay, January 31st.
Yes.
Okay, let me check and see. All right. All right, this is changed to the 15th. We're done with that. And which violation report?
They're ready on us.
All right, who's here on Margaret Powell? All righty. All right, it says, good morning. So it says that your client has a discharge date on November 25th. So where's your client?
I believe she's with her husband now. At home.
Well, she needs to be here. So this will be recalled for tomorrow.
Judge, I'll be in Williamson County tomorrow. Could we do it Wednesday?
Yes.
I wasn't aware she needed to be here, Judge.
And state, what is happening with this driving while intoxicated case on Miss Margaret Powell?
Judge, we got the labs back earlier this month. I don't think anyone's looked at it until I was speaking with Mr. Roundtree now. So now that I know we have the labs, we'll look at getting it in back. I know that before we can come to any resolution, there is a victim in the case, and so we also need to reach out to that person.
All right, so we're going to call for this update letter. We're going to call this back on we'll call it back on December 2nd. No, not December 2nd. I'm sorry, that's his shooting training. We're gonna call it back on Norma, put this back on November 30th. We'll just do it first thing in the morning at 9 a.m. So everyone needs to be here at 9 a.m. because we're gonna be starting jury November 30th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Frank Sanchez. Oh, just have a seat if your attorney's not here. Luis Pena. Thank you. All right. That was a tough weekend. People looking ahead instead of playing the parties in front of them.
I stayed up for the whole thing
Yeah.
and regrettably,
Yeah.
my wife went to bed. I'm like, quiet, please.
So what is happening with Mr. Pena?
Judge, the state made me an offer this morning.
Okay.
I conveyed some information to them about the complainant. And I think they're gonna see what they can find out about the status of the complainant as well. So if you can give us maybe a 30-day, we'll see if we can get it figured out or get it dismissed.
All right. Do you have all the discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, this will be recalled. We'll put it mid-December.
Perfect.
What date, Ms. Ferguson, on Luis Pena?
I can do the 14th.
All right, we'll come back on December 14th.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
See you tomorrow.
All right. Oh, Ms. Ferguson needs to give you a reset form. Oh, am I seeing you tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I'm back up.
Okay.
I actually have 4 cases on your docket tomorrow.
Who's here on Dindanine? Yarborough? If you come forward, please.
How are you doing now?
Oh, I'm doing great. Your attorney is in jury trial,
Yes, ma'am.
so we're gonna have to recall your case. What date, Ms. Ferguson?
We can do it sometime. I can do. I can do the 9th.
All right. Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you able to come down on the 9th, or would you like to appear by Zoom?
If I can appear by Zoom, that would be lovely. Yes, ma'am. That would be perfect.
All right, so we'll put you down for December 9th, and Ms. Ferguson, that's gonna be by Zoom for Mr. Yarborough.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you. You too. Elizabeth Gaskin.
We'll confirm that.
Okay. Nicholas Cornelius. Can I get a date for this, Ms. Ferguson?
I'm sorry.
On Nicholas Cornelius? He's in federal custody and his attorney is in federal trial.
We can do January 31st.
Okay.
This will be, so. I guess everything is on the paper.
Oh, just one second. Oh, and here's. Virgilio Balsadua.
Has not shown up.
Okay. Who's here on Julian Reyes? Are you ready?
We are good, yes.
All right, what is happening with these cases?
Okay, he has the case that we're currently here for today. He has an unindicted that Melissa Christian represents him on.
All right, I think it's been indicted.
Oh, it may have been indicted. It wasn't at our last setting. Today, an offer was conveyed by Mr. Sanders.
Okay.
And it's one that Mr. Reyes is very seriously considering, but he's not going to be able to make a decision today. What I'd like for the court to do is bring us back and allow us a free deadline. This is the first offer that's been conveyed, so we're just kind of getting to the nitty gritty of it. So that's what I'd like to do, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if I can have a December date for plea deadline date.
I can do the 19th.
All right, we're going to come back on December 19th. That's going to be your plea deadline day. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. After that, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. Thank you. Have a good day.
We've been talking.
All right, and what's the name of your client?
Gaskin, Elizabeth.
Danielle Duran. Danielle Duran.
That was mine as well.
Yes. Okay, do we have our results? I'll take that up. She was supposed to be doing a drug test. Okay. All right, what is happening with this case? I have that, you have all the discovery.
Yes, I do, Judge. I believe that I do. An offer, again, a formal offer has been conveyed today. I don't believe I've otherwise received one. If we could maybe do the same thing with Mr. Duran. It's hard for me to have these conversations on the fly in court to sift through these issues.
All right, Mr. Duran, we're going to bring you back for a plea deadline date on December 19th. What that means is that after that date, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements with that good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? All right. Good luck to you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Judge. So can I talk to him? No.
Christopher Gwinnett. All right, before I start reading, are you all prepared? Are we doing something today?
We haven't heard that.
Okay. And Mr. Castellano, has your client?
She did
provided-
not judge, but she has talked to me and she believes that she may not actually be
Clean?
correct.
Okay, all right, we'll address that. All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 2146 State of Texas versus Christopher Gwinnett. Could our parties announce for the record for the state
Ryan Grimmer for the state.
defense?
Todd Coronado.
And are you Mr. Gwinnett?
Yes.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke probation. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes.
Are you the same Christopher Andy Gwinnett, who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2020 CR 2146 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams on April 8, 2021 for a term of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Judge. Violated condition number 39 on or about the 22nd day of August 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Christopher Andy Gwinnett, did then and there fail to attend intensive outpatient treatment program in violation of condition number 39.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
We
State.
waive the remaining conditions.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 39, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition 39?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition 39 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Judge. We have an agreed recommendation that we'd ask the court to enter an adjudication of guilt on Mr. Gwinnett's case, revoke his probation and sentence him to 2 years TDC.
Is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Gwinnett, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes.
All right, probation, did Mr. Gwinnett pay the $57 to BCSO? Did you pay that? For laboratory testing?
I paid for drug test.
No, I mean the testing that the Bexar County Sheriff's Office did on the drugs. Did you pay for that?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, there were credits, the account that credit did not go to the drug test.
All right, the court will then grant the state's motion. Find you guilty, revoke, sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gwinnett, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, just one moment. With regards to your sentencing, your previous conditions will still remain intact, which is to be no contact with Anthony Newman, Melissa Chaffin, Chaffin, and no unsupervised contact with minors. All right, so again, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, if you need help with any type of drug treatment, there are treatments available to you at the Bexar County Jail and at the prison. If you want, I can have you placed in the therapeutic community, or at least have you considered for that. Would you like that?
I believe I'm in the program.
All right, so we'll add therapeutic community. All right, we're off the record. So Mr. Gwinnett, you have children. You want them to look up to you, right? And be proud that you're their father. So when you go to the prison, And you may end up being released from the Bexar County Jail, who knows? But when you go, you need to sit and quietly reflect on how you want your children to view you and do better so they can be proud to call you father. Okay? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, our baby excuse.
Yes.
Thank you.
Raymond Ruiz. Yes. All right, what is happening with this case?
I'm gonna ask for a reset. I had made a bond on him and I tried contacting him for 2 weeks. I couldn't get a hold of him and I had talked to his sister. I don't know if they were gonna hire somebody else, but I'm gonna ask for a 30-day reset. I haven't gone over this paperwork at all.
All right, Ms. Burgess, can I have a 30-day reset on Raymond Ruiz? And actually, he has several cases. Can we set this in January, please? All right, state on Mr. Raymond Ruiz. It's being reset for January 5th. He has several unindicted cases that involved assault on peace officer or judge. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Francisco Aguilar. Oh,
Yeah, that one got done.
oh, okay. Douglas Marshall. What date do you want to place this? The defendant is in federal custody. Can we do this in January? We can do the 31st. Okay.
What day? 31st.
Frank Sanchez. Wait, if is your attorney here? All right. Tony Morado. Oh, okay. All right, we're back on the record in 2022 CR 8639, State of Texas versus Tony Morado. We gotta have parties reannounced for the record. State.
Pretty Sparks.
Defense.
Orlando Castellano.
All right, Ms. Morado. Do you have my UA?
She is not taking the UA. She actually has consulted with me and said that she did use 4 days ago and that she does not believe she's not sure whether she would be clean, but she did use 4 days ago.
What are you using? All right, when's the last time you used it? You need to be 100% honest with the court.
4 days ago.
Where are you using? At home?
No, I'm not at home.
How many children do you have?
4.
What are their ages?
6, 5, 4, and 3.
And who do they live with?
With their grandma.
Is that your mother?
No, my baby's father's mother.
All right, is Child Protective Services involved? Have your rights been terminated?
No.
Then how are their children with your grandmother? Their paternal grandmother?
We had CPS involved and they got.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up.
We had CPS involved, and after CPS got involved. They basically, I had to plan with them, I went through with everything I had to do, the only thing I didn't do, was I missed, I was late to visit. So, I was late to visit, so because of that, I got counted against me, that was against visitation. So, they were basically counted against me.
So basically, it appears where we are in your life is someone else is raising your children and you're continuing to use.
Not really.
No, I mean, yes, that's what's happening because you used 4 days ago. Why did you use?
Because I don't know, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
I don't know answer that.
All right. So, are you employed?
I was, but I just stopped working because I started helping more with my kids, with my mother-in-law.
Yeah, I'm not going to have you doing that. Because you can't be helping with children in the way you are currently in your life.
Yeah.
So what were you doing when you were working?
Providing,
I'm sorry, what?
providing,
Providing what?
I was working to a providing agency.
What kind of, what services were you providing?
I would clean, cook, and take care of, bathe basically, but everything except hospital, one hospice.
Oh, yeah. And I don't have that in this court, so you won't be doing that either. I don't allow people to have employment that involves any work as a home healthcare provider, because those are vulnerable people.
Yeah.
I do not allow them to babysit children or do any work with children because they're vulnerable people.
Yeah.
So I don't allow that. And then I'm reading here, this person you were with, who is that?
My baby's falling.
And it says that instead of you working with regards to this case, you're off sneaking with him because people don't approve of him. And why is he not approved of?
Because he was selling drugs.
Yeah. Speak up.
Because he was selling drugs.
Okay, so that's not, and is he the father of all of your children?
Mhm.
Yes. So that relationship is over
Yeah.
because I'm not going to allow it.
I understand.
Any questions?
No, Judge.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. Well, is there anything else you're going to be positive for other than the meth?
Mhm.
No marijuana, no alcohol?
Monday, I don't drink.
All right. The court is going to sentence you to 3 years deferred adjudication. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. The UA hotline, and I'm going to want her tested weekly until further notice. We're going to do a TAP evaluation, follow all recommendations of TAP evaluation, but if they recommend inpatient treatment, regardless, we're going to start off with intensive outpatient treatment. If they recommend outpatient treatment, we're starting with intensive outpatient treatment. And I know they're full, but let's see about a referral to felony drug court. There's to be no contact with Roland Aguirre Hernandez Jr. I'm going to want field visits 3 times per month. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And probation, if you want to count the field visits as the reporting, that can count as reporting. 150 hours community service restitution, 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you get the COVID vaccination with the booster, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. There's to be parenting classes with Triple T. And the remaining of those community service hours will be waived once you complete that. Probation, is there anything else she needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? All right, next I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, we can go off the record. You have children that you're not taking care of. You have 4 children. Either you're going to be in their lives as their mom or you're not. So you need to get your life together. You're using, that's a problem, because that means that you're not being a good parent to your children. You can't help anybody if you're using. And the other thing about using, people don't care what they put in these products. They're not FDA approved. You know, if a rodent runs across the product and poops in the product, guess what? You still getting that product. Nobody's going to say, ooh, you know, this doesn't follow the FDA guidelines. We're going to have to throw this batch away. So you never know what you're getting. And the person who's making it, you don't know if they flunked chemistry class or not. They're just throwing stuff together and they're just giving it to you. And hopefully you want to be a mother who your children will look up to and be proud to say that this is my mom. And you want your children to follow your good examples because children learn by what they see. Whatever they see, that's what they mimic. If children are using profanity, you know why they're using profanity as their first words? Because that's what they hear. So you don't want your children to start using, you don't want your children to think it's normal for a grandparent to be raising them instead of their mom. You understand? So you're going to have to start doing better. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe excuse.
Yes. Who's here? Marcus Ortiz.
I am not, no problem.
Are we all proceeding on this?
Yes, unless there's some reason not to.
Well, no, I mean, lately people have been coming up and they have me read all of everything and Brenda type everything out. And then they're like, Judge, we're.
Judge, I do have a number of letters and pictures that I'd like the court to at least consider.
Sure.
It's an agreed, I've already tendered it to the state and they've reviewed it. But it's an agreement and it's a misdemeanor and there's nothing too fancy about it. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but you never know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, just give me a moment. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 0269, State of Texas versus Marcus Ortiz. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Catherine Pollard.
for the defense?
Neil Kalfas on behalf of Mr. Ortiz, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Ortiz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea. I can't read this other judge's writing, but it appears you entered a plea on October 17th. And you entered a plea to a Class A misdemeanor assault bodily injury. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. There's a $750 fine. State recommends community supervision. And of course, there are other conditions that are outside the plea bargain agreement. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state,
Yes, Judge.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report,
No, Your Honor.
defense? Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Well, Judge, I want to point out, as the court has seen in the letter and as well as in the PSI, Mr. Ortiz is gainfully employed. Additionally, he works full-time. In addition to working full-time, he regularly attends church. He's also been a good neighbor to his neighbors. He's since purchased the house that he started off renting. He's a father. His daughter is here in the courtroom, and she's been with him every single time that he's had court, and also been with him every single time that he's come to my office. He's been very, very cooperative with me. He's also a grandfather, and he takes great pride in being a grandfather and is very, very actively involved with his grandchildren as well as his daughter and his son. As the court sees, he's on parole. This case, he brought to his parole officer's attention immediately upon his release from jail And his parole officer at that time is a different parole officer than is mentioned in the PSI. And that parole officer didn't take any action on the case at all. I monitored his parole situation throughout my representation on this case and actually spoke to his parole officer no less than 3 times. And providing that this court goes along with the plea agreement that was bargained for by Mr. Ortiz and myself in the state, he's not going to have any issues on parole. He's reported very regularly on parole. He's passed all of his drug tests on parole. He stayed up to date with regard to his payments on parole. He's completed all of his classes. And so considering the totality of the circumstances and in the interest of justice, we're just asking the court to please grant our application for probation and give us the plea bargain that we bargained for. There are some other extenuating circumstances or factors as they relate to the case, and that's the reason why it was reduced to a non-family violence misdemeanor assault. And we just, for purposes of judicial economy, rather than dismiss it and refile it in the misdemeanor court and appear before the misdemeanor court, the case was already here, and we figured that we know that this court is a very fair court and would look at the case for what it is and give Mr. Ortiz punishment that is equivalent to what he deserves. And so for those reasons, we're just asking the court to follow our agreement and not add any additional conditions outside of what's recommended by the state.
All right, so the complainant in here says that they spent $150 at Texas Med Clinic. Is there any objection to the restitution of $150?
No objection, Your Honor. We'll pay that.
All right, and then the other thing that they're saying is, I guess they live near him, near Walmart or HEB.
We will gladly
Not
abide
go to
by
the-
no contact, well, whatever, if we need to have a no contact order with HEB and Walmart in addition to the victim, then we'll do that too.
Well, I mean, not all Walmarts and HEB. I've just read the report and it says that they worry about seeing him at Walmart or HEB. And I don't, I read things, right? And sometimes not going to certain places helps you as much as it helps other people. So I don't know which Walmart or HEB that they're talking about. Do you, sir, know which Walmart it is?
Yes, ma'am. It's Valley High.
Valley High Walmart? Located in Valley High?
Yes, ma'am.
And the HEB?
They're both in Valley High.
All right. Is there another Walmart and HEB you can go to other than those two?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail, suspended and probated for 1 year. There's a $750 fine. That'll be probated. 40 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. The court is not requiring you to do that, but if you get that, then 40 of those hours be waived. There's to be no contact with Kenneth Rocha, and I see that's outside your agreement. Is there any objection to the no contact?
We don't object to that, Judge.
And there's to be no contact with Walmart or HEB at Valley High. Restitution of $150. And I'm assuming that $150 is to Mr. Rocha,
I believe so, Your Honor, from my reading of it.
to Kenneth Rocha. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, and regular UAs, and the hostility and aggression control course. Probation, is there anything else that's needed?
Your Honor, you said 40 hours community service, correct?
Yes.
I
All right, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful in this probation?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Cooler heads should always prevail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Adrian Arias. All right, are we ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 12347, State of Texas versus Adrian Arias. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Sparks.
Defense?
Martin Guerra.
And are you Adrian Arias?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Adrian Arias who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2020 CR 12347 for the offense of deadly conduct of a firearm on May 9, 2022 for a term of 4 years? Is that you?
I don't remember the year, Your Honor, but I believe so.
All right, state.
It's just violated condition number 15 on or about the 21st day of July, 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Adrian Arias, did then and there fail to verify attendance and or completion of an anger management program in violation of condition number 15.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, Your Honor.
We'll waive all other violations.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 15, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 15?
Yes, sir.
Court will find violation of condition number 15 true. Is there an agreement?
No, Judge, there's not. State has a recommendation though.
All right, state, what are you recommending?
We would ask that you deny the MTR and alter and amend for safety.
All right, defense, what are you asking for?
Your Honor, we're asking it to be denied and he be continued with intensive supervision probation, but he be permitted to get a TAP evaluation and DDRF.
Well, I've already given him outpatient treatment with probation, so I think the TAP was previously done.
I don't believe that the outpatient treatment was if I'm mistaken, Your Honor, I don't believe
No,
it
no,
was.
All right, go ahead.
He hasn't had the benefit of the outpatient treatment, Your Honor. What I'd like to have happen is if he could go ahead and be continued with 60 to 90 days of frequent random UAs. I'd asked probation about the TAP evaluation. They said it wasn't on file. But before he does any type of inpatient treatment, I'd like to have the benefit of that interview and see what type of recommendations they're making.
Okay, because I don't understand, because on May 9th, 2022, I ordered outpatient treatment with probation. All right, Mr. Arias, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And before you answer, know that you're getting your drug test today.
Your Honor, I've been clean for.
Here's the
6 weeks.
thing. That's not my
I'm
question.
gonna make it short, Your Honor. I'm gonna be honest.
No, no, no. Are you going to be positive or are you going to be clean?
I'm gonna be positive, Your Honor.
And
And even though I took a detox this morning, the Lord will not allow me to lie to you. So I have to tell you the truth, Your Honor. So I don't know if it'll come out clean or dirty.
All right, what are you going to be positive for?
Amphetamine, Your Honor.
How often are you using meth?
Yesterday was the first time since before I went to jail.
Why?
Found myself in a dark place, Your Honor.
Why?
Long story, Your Honor.
I'm here.
I'm on a path with the Lord, Your Honor. It's hard. It's a profound path. And it's hard for me to handle. I've been doing that. There's a lot's going on, Your Honor.
All right, so what's going on? And see, and the reason why I asked you these questions so I can make a determination on what kind of help to give you so that you can be successful. It's not for me to pry. It's not me trying to embarrass anyone. It's so that I can figure out what help you need so that you won't come back here again for this.
Okay, Your Honor, well, at the risk of sounding crazy to some people, I don't know how much you believe in the Lord or how real you know him to be, but the Lord is real. And so is the devil. And the devil attacks me every day. And I'm trying, I am. But the devil's strong, Your Honor.
All right.
And he puts thoughts in my mind. He leads me off my path, and even though I find my way back, I do things I can't. I'm trying, Your Honor.
All right, who are you living with?
I live in an apartment that a brother in Christ let me stay in. He travels around when the Lord's work. He has an apartment here. He let me stay. So I stay there.
Mhm. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
What is the wait time for SATA? Or ISF?
For status, it's about 2 weeks, Your Honor. And for ISF, it's gonna be anywhere from 30 to 60 days.
All right. And I would send you to felony drug court. The felony drug court is filled to capacity. I think that would be the perfect place for you. It's too bad that there is not more funding for felony drug court where they could take more participants.
I'm done with Joe, Your Honor, I promise you.
So, just have a seat in the box. I'm gonna think about this for a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Elizabeth Gaskin. Oh, I'm sorry, probation, did you need me? All right, are both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right, the court is calling 2021 CR 4146, State of Texas versus Elizabeth Ann Gaskin. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
From Ms. Gaskin.
And are you Ms. Gaskin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Gaskin, I'm going to show you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke probation. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Elizabeth Ann Gaskin who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2021 CR 4146 for the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle on March 1st, 2022 for a term of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Your Honor, it's going to be violated condition number 4, and this is on the motion to supplement. In Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Elizabeth Ann Gaskin did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer in person or through virtual means, i.e. Zoom, for the months of April, May, June, July, and August 2022 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Your Honor, state waives all other violations.
Any objections?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. The agreement is to deny the MTR and alter an amend to include weekly reporting until the defendant's probation conditions are completed and bi-weekly UAs for 90 days.
All right, and defense?
Yeah, that is the agreement, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gaskin, you want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Why are you not reporting?
Because I was in Dallas where I reside and I was homeless. And I did not have any transportation, and half the time I did not have the means to communicate with my probation officer.
All right, were you allowed to transfer to Dallas?
Yes,
So why do you call the probation office here?
again, I was dealing with a lot of things, mainly being homeless, and didn't have communication half the time. And I just,
Here's the thing, I can continue on probation if you want to be continued on probation, or either I will give you 180 days in the state jail facility. What would you prefer?
to continue my probation.
All right. Then the court will deny the motion, alter and amend conditions to include the UA hotline, and that'll be once a week until further notice, and weekly reporting until further notice. And we'll do field visits once per month. And probation, the field visits can take the place of one of the reportings if you all deem it necessary.
But my understanding is that there's a hold on her from Corpus, so she may be in jail for a little bit.
Okay.
Before we can start that, just in making it known for the record,
All
in
right.
case there's any overlap.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else you need from me to be successful?
No, thank
Do you have your probation contact information?
you. I do not.
All right, they're going to give that to you before you go back. So do not come before me again saying that you have no contact and you don't know how to get in contact with probation. You understand?
That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, good luck, Elizabeth.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Arias. All right, Mr. Arias, did you appear for your TAP evaluation? That's either yes or no.
No.
Did you appear for your DDRF appointment? That's either yes or no.
My what?
DDRF appointment.
I'm not sure. I was given one of those or supposed to be.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. You're going to go into custody today.
And
You have a choice. I can get you the help that you need, or else I will sentence you to 2 years prison. So if you decide to be continued on probation, you're going to be taken into custody today. The TAP evaluation will be done while you're in custody. My understanding is that the quickest transfer would be SATF. Is that correct? And we can transfer you to SATF.
Yes, Your Honor.
So either way, you're not leaving the court today. So which would you prefer?
I'm sorry. One part of it. We'll go to jail and go into custody and one.
All right, so there's going to be a TAP evaluation while in custody. Do a MIC evaluation while in custody?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I spoke to that TAP evaluation lady that morning, 2 hours before she was supposed to, before the meeting, and she said she would call me at 12 and she didn't, and I called her at 2 and she didn't answer.
Okay, all right. Well, they're going to get a chance to see you now, and he's going to be transferred to SATF. And after SATF, see if felony drug court is available by that time to accept him. If not, I'm going to want the UA hotline upon release with weekly testing, regular reporting by Zoom or in person. All right, Mr. Arias, good luck to you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is the attorney for Frank Sanchez here? All right, the attorney for Virgilio Balsadua. All right, could I see a prosecutor? Court is calling 2022 CR 2564, State of Texas versus Virgilio Balsadua. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
John Ross, defense, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 12:45 p.m. The defendant has not appeared. Defense, have you had any contact with your client?
I have not.
All right, Deputy, could you call in the hallway for Mr. Virgilio Balsadua?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. He did not answer.
All right, state.
Your Honor, state moves for a bond.
All right, is he a PR bond? for Helio Balsa do it's 2022 CR 2564. All right, I'm going to issue a judge's warrant and remand your client without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, Angelica Gonzalez, is she on bond?
She's done on bond, Judge. She's right here, Your Honor.
All right, come forward, please. When do you want to recall this, Ms. Ferguson?
Judge, I think we got on December 12th.
All right, we're going to come back on December 12th. Your attorney had surgery.
Is there a way I can talk to a different attorney? Because I have not spoken to him since he's been assigned to me.
All right, who is your attorney?
Stephen Nichols.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to come back on December 12th. If Mr. Nichols is not available or hasn't spoken to you at that time, then we'll see about getting you a new attorney.
Judge, he's asking if he can be on via Zoom. He should be on via Zoom so he can make it a lot easier.
No, he needs to be here.
But
I understand that he can't, but that's where we are. Because he needs to confer with the state, and this is lottery fraud, $200 to $10,000. So we'll come back on December 12th. Try to get in touch with your attorney. Ms. Ferguson will give your attorney's phone number. And if you're not able to speak with him before then, or he doesn't contact you before then, just come in on December 12th and let the court know. All right, thank you. Brenda, do you see Gonzalez?
yes, he's on page 11.
Latasha Jenkins. Is she in custody or in bond? Come forward, please. All right, Ms. Jenkins, your attorney is asking that your case be recalled for November 30th. Are you employed?
Not yet.
All right, so we'll see you on November 30th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next time you need to make sure you're on time.
Sorry.
Leo Gonzalez. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, first say, since indictment, we have on offer. This is the first time I actually met Leo. I had an incorrect phone number on the document that he didn't even recognize. So we're asking for some time to consider the offer.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Leo Gonzalez, can I have a December date for a plea deadline date, please? All right, we'll come back on December 15th. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
After that point, the court will not consider any offers without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. And do you see him? All right. And Mr. Gonzalez, next time you need to be on time. Xavier Griffin. Is he on bond?
He's in jail.
All right, on Xavier Griffin, he'll be back on November 29th.
Ms. Jenkins?
You got that?
Okay, Gonzalez?
Quintuan Blocker. Hello, so where are we on these cases?
Thank you.
We've conferred, Judge, and we have not been able to reach an agreement.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Mr. Blocker, I'm gonna need jury trial date.
And Judge, it's a contested MTRs.
Okay. All right, your jury trial date is December 31st. I'm sorry, January 31st. And that will also be your plea deadline date. After that date, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case. Do you understand? And I need a contested hearing date on the MTR.
I can do January 9th.
All right, and your contested date on the MTR is January 9th. And I'll need an acknowledgement of discovery signed by everybody before you leave.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tony Banks? Yes.
I represent Mr. Banks, and I don't know if the court has the file, but
Yes.
on the last setting, he did not appear. He indicated that he had been in a car accident on the way to court.
Mhm.
This morning, I received a phone call from him saying that because of that accident, which I think was earlier this month, I remember the date, that he still can't come to court, and that he has a visit with his chiropractor on the 1st of December. With the court's permission, I would like to notify Mr. Banks that if he doesn't appear in court by a certain date, probably this week, the court will have that warrant for his arrest issued.
But you said this is not the first time.
I saw a picture of a vehicle from the first time. This time it's, I still can't come and I'm going to the chiropractor. My position is if you can go to a chiropractor in a couple of days, you can come to court. But I believe the court's general feeling is if you get in here, I'll consider recalling the warrant. If I can explain that to him, I'll see if I can get him in here this week.
Okay. All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 9294 State of Texas versus Tony Banks. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Marcus Sanders.
Defense.
Judith Wimmer.
That are, well, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 12:55 p.m. Defendant has not appeared in the courtroom. Deputy, did you make a call for Mr. Banks in the hallway?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Any response?
It was the response.
All right, defense, have you seen your client?
No, he's been in contact with my office because of an accident he had earlier this month. He wasn't able to be here.
All right, and state
The son was said his bond be forfeited and a warrant issued.
and, all right. That will be granted, that your client will be remanded without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes. Anthony Sanchez. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, I believe this is our first setting post indictment. We've been given a very reasonable offer. I anticipate that the offer will resolve the case, but I would like to sit down with Mr. Sanchez and do one last review. The offer will most likely result in a very, very short prison sentence. If I could get through the holidays, I would appreciate it, but if not, I know that this court runs its court, so I'll be here when you tell me to be here, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson? Can we put this for our last date in December, please? All right, we'll come back on December 19th. December 19th will be your plea deadline date. After that point, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Frank Sanchez. Yes. Where's Mr. Sanchez?
He's still in the back. I'd be, oh, are you there? Good deal.
All right, what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, prosecution I preferred on this, and due to some of the facts that are contained in the police reports and what's been going on with this case, it's our opinion that my client probably needs to have a competency evaluation done. And so I need to file that with the court and get that over in front of Coach Carruthers as soon as possible.
All right, you'll need to file that competency evaluation before the week is out.
Absolutely.
All
File
right, Ms.
today.
Ferguson, I need a reset date.
I can do. Let's do January 26th on that day.
All right, you're going to come back on January 26th, and we'll see what the competency evaluation states.
That's perfect,
All right,
Judge.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. What files do we have left? Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Porter?
Anything on Dr. Judge? I don't know if you heard from Bill Davidson or his office.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Rick-
we
Rick-
reset things. If you'll speak with Ms. Ferguson, she can give you all the dates.
Just Rickerson called Bill last night. He goes,
Oh, okay.
could you run by the 187 to tell
Okay.
him?
He goes unpunished, but today I don't think there's any punishment for your good deed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're on the wait for him.
All right, thank you. Anthony Bennett. All right, Norma, the competency evaluation on Mr. Bennett. My understanding, he's found incompetent. What date are we bringing this back? Okay, what date? All right, we'll come back on February 10th. I got to get used to writing 2023. All right, Chase Gordon.
Oh, also, the next county judge, hopefully would have missed it, put stuff in another county. He said he was running late.
All right, we will recall this for later in the week. What day?
I can do Thursday. The first.
Not a good date. I have somewhere I need to be, and we have the trial.
We can do the 9th and December 9th.
Okay, December 9th then. Maple Hughes,
She was found incompetent on November 9th.
what date are we coming back on?
February 21st.
Okay.
Howdy.
Hello.
You already called 2022-9440, Mr. Reese?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eric Johnson. Eric Johnson.
He's in jail, Judge.
All right, we'll recall this and then I'll note that the attorney was a no-show, and if we need to appoint them another attorney, we will. What date?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Brandon Richardson.
He's also in jail.
All right, let me see who his attorney is. Mhm. All right, do you see what page Richardson is on? Yeah.
Richard Reed.
23. Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, which date are we bringing him back? Okay. And if his attorney doesn't show, we're gonna have another attorney appointed. Richard Luis. Here we hear Frank Sanchez.
Richard Reed is Mr. St. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right, on your client, what is happening with your client?
I'm not sure, but he lives in my neighborhood. And he does not have an email. And I left him a phone message. If you could reach them, give me time, I'll drop by and
All right, so what I'll do is I'll recall it for tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, if he's not here, I'm gonna issue a warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Am I supposed to say thank you now?
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess if I gotta thank you. Will you put that on record? I said thank you.
All right, that's for tomorrow. And who's here on Santos Alberto Serrano Paula? Yeah. Oh, this has already been a judge's warrant issued for him.
Serrano Paulo. It was last week. I know. We just did it, not last week. And he was already.
Okay. Yes, okay. So why is this on the docket today?
It's for sentencing.
All right, so where is he? Where's his attorney? And he's in custody, correct? All right, who's his attorney? All right,
But
so,
they send it back already.
all right, no, that's fine. We're gonna recall it for tomorrow. All right, and Mike Pettis, was that a plea?
No.
What date did we give him?
December 16th.
All right, and what date did we give Ricky Coleman? All right, now who I have left, Margaret Powell.
Oh, that was that violation for you.
Okay. And then Wanda Toro is done. Andres Cardenas, the psyche valve. Did we already handle that?
Yeah, we did. handle that. You reached out.
Oh, November 29th. Yes. All right, if there's nothing else on the docket, then we are done for today, Brenna. And we will be back tomorrow at 9 and we'll start our jury trial at 10:30.